Are we ready? I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Hey, welcome everyone. My name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show, so without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome everyone to the Tuesday edition of the stream. Today, we're going to be doing some more work, on Insignia, the Chapter 1 demo. I'm making some really good progress on that, and I think we're kind of getting closer to the release. It's at a point where it's playable again, just about. So today we're going to focus on getting it playable end to end, maybe getting some assets in there that are necessary to round out the experience. Since we added the map and some other features, we're going to see how we go getting up to that. So big welcome to everybody who's here in chat on both Twitch and on hang on a second. I just feel like No. I feel like there used to be like an overlay behind me here that made this a bit darker, but maybe I'm just confused about that. No. Okay. Cool. So, big welcome to everybody who's here on Twitch and on YouTube. I don't want to waste too much time getting into it. I think we can just jump straight in. Feeling pretty tired at the moment because I just had a big lunch, but I think we'll just keep it nice and chill. Yeah, nothing too much to get worried about. Just jump straight in. Okay, so let's focus on, I'm doing a bit of a playthrough at the moment. I'm getting to the point where everything's coming along pretty well. I mean, like, we're just about there. Some of the major things that are in the way are just the layout of the Athenaeum is currently all over the shop. Getting in and out of the crucibles, those experiences are a little confusing at the moment because they're not, the dialogue in the cutscenes is not the same, and Armin always acts like it's the first one for everyone that he does. So there's some stuff there that we need to work on. If I check on my to-do list, that's kind of what this stuff is. So we're going to try to get through the Pomodoros as quickly as possible. Okie dokie. All right. So, let's have a think. He's just super shocked. That's it. All right. So let's maybe just jump from this point. I think this would be a good place to start. And we're going to work on, or no, maybe it'd be better to just get the game playable first. Man, it's so hard for me to commit that way. So let's try to get Harriet facing the right way in all the cutscenes. Let's get her scenes complete. Everything to do with the Athenaeum, let's see if we can do that ASAP. I think this is now done. We can confirm that. I think all of these three can be done in one Pomodoro. Hey, Beyond. What color? Betting on pink. Alrighty. Oh, sorry, that's a green one. You can tell by the way it keys itself out of the green screen. All right. So, Pomodoro. This is Athenaeum assortment. One. Yeah, tastes like nothing. Okay. 3, 2, 1, let's go. Update level design to allow the player to return to the Athenium. Yes. Let's do that one last, because I don't think that's that necessary. It's kind of already done. So Harriet's still facing the wrong way. Let's make sure that's the case. Okay. So that is her appearances here. She's here. And currently she only has one cutscene on her, which needs to be a couple of things. So this needs to be meet Harriet loop. That won't be like that because she's going to just disappear. Unless we want the loop in there. No. That's the only other one I think we want. All right, and then this Arise unlocked. I think actually we should be fine there. I just was looking at the wrong one. So if we're looking at number 2, it says we don't have the requirements to do this cutscene. That's okay. There is a cutscene that's missing here if we were to do this the way that I have it now, where he needs to return back to the Athenium. Also, what is this player is not in expected position? Why is that saying that? This has a condition interactable that's here. The condition interactable has a player detector, which should contain Armin right now. Player not in expected position, but there's nowhere I can be to do that. I disagree. So let's have a look. This is the sequence editor. If we're in position or there's no interaction. So I think that means that the collider is null. So in position means the collider contains us or we're on the interaction stack. Okay, we could probably check that interaction stack. I'm surprised because, oh, the bubble's not there at all. It's not on the interaction stack. Probably because we are, I see. It's not really good. It's not really valid, this red line anymore. Because she can't talk to us, therefore there is nothing to interact with, therefore it's not on the interaction stack. Which means this red is saying the wrong thing. I guess we could say And this needs to be that we can play the sequence. That's not right. I think it's more like this list is, I can't do this list this way. I think we have to say list reasons is new list. And then we literally just want to say reasons.add. And then this one's more of an if. And then we put that there. Now we can see. Hey, K-Mac back about 6 months ago. So now that we can't see the sequence, it's more that it's exhausted by the save file. We know definitively that's the reason. Hey, Splinch. So what we need is a cutscene where she tells us, where she greets us having returned back to the Athenium. So is there... I guess I should just design what this is first. It's probably important. So this is part of the story map conversation. That's interesting. And the story map conversation is from Orenstead. Athenium scenes. Yeah. So that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Okay. So then later. How did I choose the name for Armin? Pretty sure I got it off Attack on Titan. I think I just liked the name. Hey, Tony Chopper. Yeah, I think daylight savings changed in the US, right? So for you, it's earlier. Our daylight savings changed like last month, and then yours changed yesterday. Meaning now there's like 2 hours worth of distance that it got closer. And then in about 3 or 4 months, no, in about 6 months, it'll go 2 hours back the other way. So it becomes really late. So, good morning. One sec. All right. Do you know if your viewers, subscribers drop with the time changes? I do think we have a higher overall viewership in my summer. So yeah, I think things do get busier in the coming months. I'm in Montreal. Did you have a time change in Montreal? So later, Armin arrives at the Athenaeum. Harriet sends him to the puzzle. Okay. They talk about Ensign's power, the sword. Harriet sends him to the puzzle. Armin completes the puzzle. Okay. Sorry, getting texts from my wife about her teeth. We got any dentists in the chat? We used to. Used to be someone who was in chat a couple of years ago who was a dentist. Okay. So this conversation doesn't exist in the game right now. So this is like Athenaeum. Uh-huh. Like a lawyer? Just let it lapse. Uh, 15's probably a little young. It depends on what kind of game you're trying to make. As early as possible is pretty good. It's a real thing for dentists, but I'm not in the UK, so you're not going to get fined if you give me some advice. It's all right. You're just giving a friend some advice as a friend. She's getting advice that her dentist told her not to bite on her front teeth because they've got hairline fractures from her grinding at night. Now, I clenched my teeth for many years before I got CPAP. Oh, you're not actually never was a dentist? Okay. Well, anyway. I ground my teeth or like clenched for many years before I got CPAP and they're fine. So I don't think she grinds that hard, to be honest. So I think she's kind of like, I think her dentist is giving her a lot of bad advice here. Like a simulation game, like Schedule 1. Schedule 1 was made in the same city that I live in. It's a Sydney game. I mean, you could try to make it, for sure. It might take a long time. They're not easy games to make. Yeah, he lives in my city. Mm-hmm. I think it's like, put it this way, taking the time to make a game is one thing. Taking the time to learn how to make that game is a different thing. And there's a lot of luck involved when somebody who's just like making a game for the first time happens to land on a really great concept that also falls within their skill set. So it's not even a question of like, this will take this much time. It's like, well, is the game idea that you have simple enough that you could learn how to make that game and then make it in that time? And is that game idea, good enough to be worth that time? It's really hard to do. A lot of people I'm on like the 10th year of my game, 9 or 10. And, it's taken me having to learn how to build an entire business around it for it to come to life. So there's no real easy answer for me to just say, hey, take this many years and yes, 15 is great. You'll be done in 3 years by the time you're 18. You know what I mean? Because this is not a thing. Allowed, there's no such thing as allowed. You can do whatever you want to make a game. It's just, especially if it's for the engineering, I just don't think you'll get very far. Yeah, you kind of get stuck using AI. I would try to think about the question of, do you enjoy the idea of making games, or are you just excited about the idea of having made a game? Those are two different things. If you enjoy making games, then you should enjoy learning how to make games. In which case, consider the learning part valuable. That's the good part. That's the fun part. But if it's like, oh, I just want to hurry up and get to the finish line because I want to be the guy that made Schedule 2, then maybe game dev isn't really for you, because you'll spend a lot more time making it than finishing it. Okay. Let's write some dialogue here. I feel like when I know it good enough, like most of it good enough to code on Unity by myself, I'll be at a good age to finally start, but I've got so many tutorials. First line C# code. I would say like what you should probably try to do is not just like learn all of C#. It's more like learn the foundations and then think about the kinds of things the game you want to make requires, and then build mini versions of all of those things in some game engine or whatever. So like, let's say you're making schedule 1. It's like, okay, I need to be able to create a system for menus. It's like, okay, how do I make menus in Unity? You know, oh, like I need some way to save progress. How do I do save files in Unity? Okay, I need, like, it's like that, right? Pick a thing that's like foundational that you definitely need in your game. Maybe even start simpler. I need like a character that can walk around. How do I do that? Learning the basics of C# will help you understand the tutorials that you'll have to watch in order to learn those things. Definitely. So like spend like 6 months on C#. But make sure that it's like C# like for games, you know what I mean? Like you don't have to learn like every single thing. Just learn like programming basics. By the end of it, you should know like what a class is, what functions are, what inheritance is, what composition is as a pattern, you know, functions, variables, abstract classes, virtual classes, different patterns like the singleton pattern, data structures, lists, you know, hash tables, dictionaries, that kind of stuff. If you can learn all of that in about 6 months, you're in a good spot. If statements, for loops, recursive code, reference types versus object types. I mean, data types. Yeah, that's right. Because you could go forever. Like there's a whole bunch of stuff that's interesting and useful for C# for like .NET applications that have nothing to do with games that you could learn, but like you'll never use for games. So try to spend your time in a game context, because that'll keep the things that you're learning relevant. That's annoying. Sequence. Event sequence is what I want. Annoying. All right, I've pressed that enough times. Hopefully it works. Okay, so this now becomes that, which we should be able to play. There we go. Now. Oh man. Yeah, but Vex, it's like you don't even realize that like 3 years is nothing. 3 years is actually a really good time to make a game. That's such a short turnaround. Games can take so much longer than that. Like I said, I'm on year like 8. Like this is the 9th year of my game. No, it's still not full time. It's been part time the whole way, pretty much. I've always had something going. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to support myself. That's great. It's great. If you're excited to start learning things, like that's a really good place to be. Just do it as a hobby for now. Just like have a goal, work slowly towards the goal, enjoy it. If you aren't enjoying it, you can do different things. 15 is so young, dude. And maybe it's for you. You know, maybe 10 years from now, you'll be 25 and you'll be you know, you'll have a couple of games under your belt. That's awesome. If you have a couple of games that you've made that are like released at 25, you're doing amazingly. That's 10 years from now. You got plenty of time. I'm almost 35 and I've been doing this kind of stuff. When I was 15, I could write a little bit of code too. And I only started my big game when I was 25, 26. And I was making stuff in the meantime. Like I was making kind of games. But there's no way I would have been able to make this at 15 or 18 or 21 or 25. I can only make it now because I've spent all that time. Okay, so we need like one more. I think so. I mean, look, this is the thing. I can't give you life advice, Vex. All I can do is encourage you to do the things that you're already going to do. You know, you're going to spend the time that you want to spend doing the things that you want to do. If that time involves making your game, that's great. That's what you should be doing because that's what you want to do. You don't need me to tell you what to do with your life. You should just enjoy doing it and not worrying about like whether or not you're doing the right thing. You're doing the right thing if you're learning and you're having a good experience and you feel like you're working towards something that's valuable. If you look back on your time and you say, I enjoyed doing that, that was worth it, then that's it. That's what's right. Like for me, if I was 15 again, or if I could talk to my 15-year-old self, do you know what I would say to him? I would say, play less Counter-Strike. You won't value that time 10, 20 years from now. I'm watching my sister-in-law. She's like 21 and her boyfriend plays a lot of Counter-Strike. And I think to myself, he's doing ranked gameplay right now. He's like silver. When I was like his age, I was like DMG, you know? And it's like, I spent probably like 500 hours playing Counter-Strike. Maybe more, maybe like 1,000 hours playing Counter-Strike. Does it matter to me now at 33 that I was DMG? And even if like, I can't even play with him now because like I would probably be in a different rank to him if I was to pick the game back up again. So it's like, it's not even letting me have fun with people I like, that I was good at a game when I was 21. So like, do I care that I spent all that time in it? Probably not. It's not that valuable. It's fine to play the game, but like, do you have to be so obsessive about it that you spend like most of your year playing it? Probably not valuable. Same thing with like Age of Empires. I could say this about like 4 different games. I put like 1,000 hours into like Counter-Strike, Go, Overwatch, Age of Empires 2, DE, and Street Fighter 4 through to Street Fighter 6. Each of those have like 1,000 hours in them. That's like years of like time that I spent across those games of free time that like when I look back on it now, I mean, it was fun while I did it, of course, but like if I halved that time for each of those games, would I even notice? Like, Hey Chronicle, thanks for the sub. Like I still would have had all the fun and done all the things. I'm doing well, Warner. I'm going to fix this right now. I'm going to fix this thing. Ah, no, I have this. I have this cutscene already. Or like an equivalent to it. Perfect. Perfect. Hey, Benjipixel, working on some demo content. So this scene now, we need for her not to be in it. Cool. Nice. Hey, Sarabati. Oh, that's nice, Chronicle. It was so easy to do. It's literally one texture tiled over and over again. Cool. The marathon's going well, actually. I'm having a good time today. I'm sort of on the other side of the hill in terms of the read factors for chapter 1. Like, I feel like I actually sort of know what I'm doing and I'm feeling pretty confident. It's just like I've just done enough that like now the list of tasks to complete is like starting to get smaller. Let's use my debugger. So how do I play? Oh, is that bugged? It's interesting. Why can't I do that? Interesting. Pomodoro is working for me, yeah. I'm enjoying it. And I'm not using it this second, but why is that not working? Let's go have a look. That's why. We're missing the requirements for this. What are the requirements that we're missing? It's just return to Harriet with Smith syllabus flag. Oh, I think I didn't set that actually. And now I have. Pretty complicated. Pretty complex is the word you're looking for. Complicated's not accurate. It's complex. No, it's find the Smith syllabus. That's right. There you go. Complication is making it more complex than it needs to be. Okay, she needs to fix that. Thank you, Benji. Okay, so this cutscene needs a sequence instance on it. I'm going to rename this. No, you're okay. I'm just teasing. It's all good. Don't worry so much. Okay, this needs to be fixed. But it's all working. That's great. That could do with some tuning up. Ow. And now she's a bit stuck. But anyway, fix that. Cool. What's time? 2:32. This is basically done. Took a little longer. This technically is done. So let's just put this one here, do that there. And then say she's facing the wrong way. Let's fix that. That's less than one Pomodoro. That's tiny. So let's just see what's going on here. If we go to the timeline where we see her doing this, I don't think she's actually directed here to do anything. And I think that a lot of the animations that take place here are happening inside of the sequence player, but not inside of the timeline. So when we go down here, we're going to scroll long enough and eventually we're going to see this stuff. So this is this flicker on, desk on. We need to do something about that. There's a sound effect. Don't really need that. Camera shake. All that stuff's a little bit weird. So we're going to remove, well, not remove, we're going to replace that stuff so that she's able to face the right way and do all the stuff we need her to do. Okay. So it's just flicker on and desk on at 10. Okay. So this is a whole system that I built, but then got like, not deprecated, but like there's a new version that's better, that has more fidelity when I want to use a timeline, which is here. So all of these little animation things, they're much better done here because I can preview them in the scene this way, which I couldn't do before. Okay, so basically we're going to take all of this stuff to there, plus all this stuff. Close that. And we are going to not include this guy, but everything to there, we add a bunch of time. Can't preview that for some reason. That's okay. Usually doing this works, but I don't know why it's not working right now. Okay, we're going to take these two, move them up to like up to here. We're going to take this almond retro animator. This is happening on, this is crouch at 8 seconds, 8.6. And we're going to put it inside of, what? Bro. Put it inside of this at the same spot. Perfect. And then this is almond. This is how I do it now. This is also almond. This is Harriet. And this is also Harriet. So, back here, we want to add so weird. What's happening right now? Anyway, my keyboard shortcuts, all the shortcut tools aren't working. But that's all good. So this is flicker on, copy, paste. There we go. And then flicker loop. No, it wasn't any of that. What did I call it? Desk on. Flicker on and desk on. Okay. And then this is going to loop. We can watch this play out here. Okay. So this needs a bit more time. It's not looping. We're going to find out just how much time it needs. A lot. Okay. Maybe we make it like 12 frames per second. Give it a bit less time. And then put this here. Okay. All right. Let's see how that works. Now, we're going to have to remove those animations. So this goes, this goes, this goes. The camera shake probably can go as well. And so can this one. Now it's just dialogue here. Save that. Come back here, make sure all the references are still there, which they very much are. Bro, what is happening with my... Is it this? Oh geez, that's a lot of... that's a lot of errors. Timeline, curves, proxy. I don't even know what that is. How many skills do you have to be able to make this game? A lot of skills. Event sequence editor. Curves proxy. What is curves proxy? Did I build this? No. Okay. Well, we can just ignore it for now. Cool. Bro, what is my memory right now? Some garbage collection. What the heck? Dude. Why is the Unity editor like chucking a fit right now? I'm just going to save it and close it and start it again. It's Unity. It does it. Did you get any funding from Screen Australia and Screen New South Wales? Yes, I got funding from both Screen Australia and Screen New South Wales. I was the only game to do it until, well, me and Doggy Don't Care, which is Rohan. Rohan? Rowan? I forget how to pronounce his name. I think it's Rowan. Rowan? Anyway, 2 games so far. I think a couple have been awarded it since then. Okay, much better. Okay, this is gonna boom, good. Facing the wrong way still, good to know, good to know. This is still good. Transition's still happening. Yep, great, cool. So now we can just go back to these 2 and say, hey, you should be force facing left. And they're going to be, whoop, okay, that's weird. There's something wrong with those animations specifically where I think they're facing the wrong way. Let's have a look. It's... okay. They're facing correctly in that they are facing forward. That's what they should be. If we go to her other animations, she should be standing... but these are facing left. Okay. Aha. This is an older sprite sheet where it's all facing left. Okay. This faces left. This is a sheet. Okay, so can I just like take these 2? Wait, oh, hang on a second. Character flicker on faces right. It's a huge file though. Does that get us to pixel perfect? It does. So we'll just, it'll be a massive texture. The x-axis on this texture is 5K. 2.6 megabyte texture. That's silly. Anyway. Close that. Flicker on is 128. I still don't know the size of an individual thing though. Hang on. It's 192 by 128. And I think her pivot... oh man. Her pivot should be... it should be dead center. But then what's all this? All right. 192.128. Okay. There's that. There's that. Okay, so these two now. Go away. Hey, there we go. Getting better. I guess we just don't really want the desk to be there, technically. Thanks, Road to Dawn. I kind of do want the desk to be there. I just want it to be like essentially invisible. So if we get the character and then change her sprite to be one with the desk, what we can do is align it that way. And that's perfect. Now we can put this back. Cool. And now, when we go over here, why can't I full screen? What? Well, it's working. Cool. Something's going wrong with the dialogue control clip behavior. This one here is trying to do something. I don't know what it's doing wrong. Sequence player.take control. Is it because the sequence player is not referenced in the timeline? Yeah. Okay. Well, I know which one it is. It's this one. Mm-hmm. Great. Cool. Now, this is locked to the top. This should also be locked to the top. True, false. This is true, false. Face left, right. Yep. If I want to make games like this, could you tell me how many skills I should learn to make games like this from start to finish? all of the skills. I mean, you need to be able to code, you need to be able to design, you need to be able to direct, you need to be able to do pixel art and animation, you need to be able to write music, you need to be able to, like, all of those things. Design sound effects, or at least use some sort of a library. You need to be able to market the game. You need to be able to acquire funding for the game by pitching it as a business. If you need money to spend on marketing, you need to be able to plan an intense amount of work over many years. It's a lot. Like, it's a lot of stuff you need to be able to do exactly what I'm doing. Like, the things I do in my day span business development, like game production, like being a producer is a thing that I do a lot. I have to manage my team who's helping me work on it, because at a certain point I realized the game was too big for me to work on it alone. You know, you need to be able to use not just how to code, but how to use version control and how to make, like, how to engineer good code architecture, not just like write a script to make a character move, but like edit a code. You know, like everything you're looking at here, this here, I made this on the right hand side. I designed this. All this these text boxes and stuff, that's UX design. So you need to be able to be a UX designer so you can make the editors for you to help design the game that you're trying to make. Like in this case, the way this works is I have this story map. I wrote this text like this. I copied it. I pasted it into here and I pressed import, and then it made all of this. It figured out who was talking and it assigned their portrait to that line of dialogue. That's an editor that I wrote. Like, I built that solution. That doesn't come with Unity. Same thing with all of these. I have a system that lets me press a button. I press validate on this thing. Right now it says everything okay. If it doesn't have everything okay, it presses validate, and it hooks up all the characters in the scene to that cutscene. So when Armin needs to say something, I can't zoom in. When Armin needs to say something, how does it know where this box should be? Like, the text appears, his face appears, but how does it know that his face and this text go here? Well, it needs to find this guy in the scene and put this stuff above that. But sometimes there are overrides, right? Sometimes I actually want something to appear at a specific spot in the scene, like this line of dialogue here. Damn it, Wilhelm, you had one job. See this? Damn it, Wilhelm, you had one job. This line of dialogue plays when she's off camera. So now I need to specify where on the screen the box needs to appear if the character isn't on camera. Lots and lots and lots and lots of solutions and code that actually aren't like game code. That's not like the game. It's just like making the game work. You know what I mean? Like, she's going to talk in a second. We need to have her dialogue appear here. How does it know where to put it here so that she's not blocking the action? Lots of stuff. And now I want it down here. And because she's on screen, I don't need to put her portrait in this. So I need a way to toggle the portrait off because she's on screen right now. Same thing with Armin. Lots of little features that I built to make this game work the way that I want it to work. Anyway, so in terms of skills, like tons of skills. There is a cooldown. Even this map editor does not exist in Unity. We built this together, me and Elzak, but I built it first and he sort of helped me. He rebuilt it a better way than I built it. We're going to hopefully distribute this at some point. This runs the game pathing and also is not something that exists out of the box. And that drives the game map that we have. So when I go over to here, you can see all of these levels, they exist because we built this feature ourselves. Like, this is custom. I built this feature. And it works and it's accurate. Like, that's where he is in the level as I run across. There he is. These guys shouldn't be here after this sequence. That's important. Well, the first thing to do would be to check no progress. Are they here? Good, not here. Okay, so then the toggle. Looks like there are two toggles. Oh no, there's one toggle condition that drives the two. Okay, so the condition is this should appear if you have done this and you haven't done that, but then we only can get into the next scene if we've beaten the 100 mini boss. So let's go back to game engine, swap this for pre-Oranstead Burns and say mini boss is done. So if we walk into the Athenium and then we walk out of the Athenium, it'll be in this state. He shouldn't be here. Maybe. He should disappear if... On load only. Check 100 mini boss. So that after we beat the mini boss and leave and come back. Oh, he's still here. Oh, I see. That's technically true. Let's say we've got that flag. Cool. There we go. I accidentally turned my keyboard controls off. Okay. You can pick up speed if you jump buffered before the slopes. Dead. Cool. Okay. So again, we should be able to get pretty far through. We should technically be able to play the whole game from reaching the Athenium the first time all the way to coming back without a problem. Theoretically, that should be the case. There's still like 2 missing explorable areas that I want to add. This pathing is probably still not great. But you can actually, you should be able to finish the whole demo right now. You should be able to do a full playthrough. Yep. Shall we try it? 25 minutes on the clock. All right. Let's turn the music up. Ooh, no Forge tutorial? Okay. Sure. Write that down, write that down. Oh, thanks, Nihil. Nope, I don't have a sword. I went to attack him. Hey, Ghibli Magic, welcome. Yo, if you're liking what you like here, what you see here, if you're liking what you see here, go ahead and wishlist Insignia on Steam right now. Ooh, this music shouldn't play here. I got you, Robbie. Crank the music up a little bit too for you. I mean, it can't look busted up in the sprite. There was a sprite in the inventory of it looking really crappy. We would have to get back to that. Yo, Bob, you like cello? Yo, Ma? Hey, Kelslow Drama. Oh, dude. I didn't get the sword from the old man. What? That's no good. That's game breaking. That's kind of like number one. Okay, so we're going to take this progress and maybe we can add... we're going to just like copy paste this and call this play test. We're going to pull progress from game on playtest. We're going to close it. Then we're going to go down here and give ourselves the sword. Is it just iron sword or is it like smith silver, scarlet gemstone, second wind, flying feather? I don't actually know what it's defined as. I think it's actually a weapon. Busted sword. Oh, it does exist. We did have it, but for some reason we couldn't see it. Interesting. That is strange. Okay, well, let's go back to playtest. What the heck? What the heck? I don't know what that is. Something's broken. That all looks fine to me. What the heck is going on? Oh, the system... Is there a camera in this scene? What the hell's happening? Weird. Maybe I broke something in that scene. No, it's the save file. Something about this save file is corrupted. Okay. Well. We'll just continue on from this last known good save. Somebody in my team did the sound effects. Oh, that's not supposed to happen there. Oh yeah, this is just unfinished. I'm getting around to that later. It's all fine. Fine, fine, fine. The idea should be, though, if I return back here, the bridge should be open and I shouldn't be able to cross it. Cool. But that should also play not in this section of the game. That should play later. Oh, no, it should play now. Yeah. It changed. Yes. The speed run. Oh, no. Okay, can't do that. Can we really not talk to her? That's strange. Interesting. It should play. Weird. Okay. More like a bridge too short. Very good. Okay. That's not playing, but it should be. We're kind of getting desynced now. Okay. One more time. Let's go all the way back a little bit to a new... So we can get all the way to here. It was a Bubsy reference. Hey, I thought I saw Elvis back there. Pre-Athenium. Ah, still doesn't play though. Okay, well we have to fix this then. But what is playing? Because Harriet says, okay, we're in. Oh, Armin's trying to come back and... Oh, I see. That sequence shouldn't play yet. This... We need to have... Mini-boss. Is true. There we go. Now we're back. How are we doing on time? 7 minutes? Pfft, no chance. We've got to make this a little bit faster. Oh man, that's no good either. But maybe if we trigger this, it'll just fix itself. Good, 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 good. All this is still working. I think the teleport was a really good decision, and I think that the map was a good decision. Like, just having the map exist and being able to see things on the map and move around with the map. This shouldn't be here, but that's okay. We'll figure it out. Like, being able to go, oh, hang on, now I got to go back over to here. Without doing this, there's no way in the world I could ever have convinced the player to ever move left. This is great. This is exactly what I want. Very late in the day. And then there'll be a cutscene here. It's very hard to create a full game. It's so hard. Like a full game, like a game that you would have played on like the Game Boy Advance or like the Super Nintendo or PlayStation 1 by yourself. It's so hard. If it's just like an indie game that doesn't have that many features and is built around one thing, I think it's less hard. But like this kind of action adventure epic thing is like, it's so hard to do. Most of these games that look like this have like teams of like 20 people behind them. This is chapter 1. Like, think about how much work's gone into just getting us here. Oops. My Pomodoro is going to go up any second now. I can feel it. I can feel that 7 minutes almost done. And this also feels so much better. It's so much more appropriate that like you have to get to here to learn this ability. And getting to here means that by the time you get here, you have the appetite to do some of these level design beats again. Like those puzzles, running up a wall, it's like you learn to do that and it's no big deal. But so like now we need to get all the way to here, right? I'm gonna go now, fast travel. That should work. Oh well, fast travel doesn't work right now, but we can fast travel this way. Let's say we do it this way, and then to here. So we fast travel back to here, and now we're trying to get up to this yellow spot. Like, I think the fact that you can do the techniques in different places makes them feel more useful. It's like, oh, I can do this here, and I can do this here, and I can do this here. And in these different spaces, it has different values. Like, You know, here it gives me some kind of upgrade, but here it lets me find some secret cooking ingredient or something. So it's almost like the same trick. You don't have to find like a million uses for like the abilities. You just need to move like this thing here, up, backflip, charge. I already did that. We already did that before. But something about the fact that you do the same thing further away, it makes you feel smart. Even though it's the same thing, you've already done it. It doesn't feel recycled because it's a different context. It feels instead like a memory check. It's like, oh, do you remember how to do this? It's good. It's pretty, like, I'm learning that. I did that. That's an accident that it feels that way. Okay, new ability. I don't want to do that yet. And these temples feel different as well. Like previously they were all in one space. Still a lot of work to do. But now we can go up here. So now, because you've learned 3 abilities in 3 different places, I feel like it's a lot more like, by the time you do this challenge, it's like, well, you've been doing this for the past like 10, 15 minutes, and it doesn't feel something that's like tacked on. And previously, you were just trying to get to the Athenium. So like, this will have already played. It's all good. Previously, it was like you were trying to get somewhere else while learning all of that stuff. And in that context of I shouldn't be here, I should be somewhere else, learning all those abilities felt like a bit of a drag. Whereas now it's like, oh no, you get to learn all of these abilities. How fun. Now I can get to all these different places, which I couldn't get to before. We need boss fight music here. Cool. First time we're playing this part. Maybe there should be a last word. GG Domino. That's not a bad idea. Yeah, the pacing feels a lot better now than it used to. And there's probably more content now than there was. I think this demo is technically longer than the previous one, but like, I think it just feels a bit more paced. You could spend like 3 hours in this thing easily. This game might be 20 hours long when it's done. Oh, didn't get the hit confirm. Okay. It's happening. We're getting to the boss fight. A full playthrough. Let's go. Uh-oh. Full heal. Oh, hang on. I can kill her. Hang on. She gets stuck here. But we don't have to worry about that. Oh no, Harriet. What are you going to do when you have no health? We did it. We beat her. I think Turd Burglar might be the best Insignia player. That's right. The boss was a blue-haired girl. You know, that was actually my thought process when I made it. I was like, I'm going to make a really annoying Karen as the boss. That was literally, that was the thought at like this was like 2015 or whatever. So it's like, it was a bit like post-Gamergate, like game journalist type. I mean, she's cool. She's not a bad character. Okay, so this whole dialogue now can be a lot shorter because we've covered this information earlier in the chapter. I've taken the big lore dump that used to happen at the end of the chapter, and I've technically spread it out back through the chapter so that you have more answers and fewer questions overall. So that you're asking only one question at a time by the time you get to each beat. So good. Anyway, this won't be nearly as long, but hey, we just did it. Watch this. This is sick. Look at that. All the way over there is the next mission. But you don't get to do that. You don't get to go do that part because this is the end of the demo. That's how you end a demo. That's what you do. You say, here's the next story beat. See you later. Wishlist now. Bro, what a title theme. Morgan killed it with that one. Thanks. Anyway. Oh, you guys just got me for a sec. Ugh. Sorry, I just had a moment. Rufus Rufuson is the name of a friend who passed away many years ago. A friend of mine in 2020. No, 2012. He passed away in when I was 20. And he introduced me to like Final Fantasy pretty much. Like he would give me the games to play on my systems. He like literally gave me my copy of Final Fantasy Tactics Advance. Like he's like, I have 2. You should have 1 so we can trade. Back when we were like in high school. And yeah, so like the game, I mean, it's dedicated to him for sure. But hearing the title theme and like finishing the demo and like I just got a bit much there. Thinking about Rufus. So that was his gamer tag. He was called Rufus Rufuson in Final Fantasy 11. That was his he had a dragoon, and the dragoon was called Rufus Rufuson. He was pretty well known. He was in like a really, really big guild, like his Link Shell, I think that's what you call it, was really popular. And so he would do like high level boss fights or whatever. I don't really know Final Fantasy 11, but that's what he called himself online. So there's going to be an Easter egg in the game, like way late at the shore, like at the ocean's edge, there'll be like a lookout point, and I'm going to have like a dragoon helmet and like a spear. Sorry. Oh, fuck. Be right back. Black. Pay no attention. Pay no attention to the man bawling his eyes out off camera. Dude, that was not, I don't know. I don't know where that came from. Thank you for this. Thank you for the sub, Swiss. I just got like, I think just like playing the demo end to end like that. I think it just like literally, it just like took the last like 10 years of my life and like put them in like a little nugget. And then like I ate the nugget and all of the everything, just, it was too much. The music and the, that was crazy. This game will never, it will never, it's never gonna affect anybody else the way that it has affected me. like I'm gonna be so biased. It's like, I feel like a mum with like watching their kid play soccer or something. Like, it's not even like, we'll do the clinker, I won't forget it. It's not even like the first time we've done a demo. Like I've seen those credits. I've played it through before. But I think like, I think that now, like truly, I can feel that like, let me draw something to you. There's like this sense, a lot of the time I'll do some work and then I'll go, was this good? And then like later down the track, I'll navigate away from that thing and I'll go, no, I think this was good. Yeah, maybe this was better. And it takes a lot of emotional energy to do new things in the game. Like adding the map was like a big gamble. And when I was here, the demo was done. It's like, we finished the demo. Like, why are you adding a new feature? How long is this gonna take, Adam? And I know that there's like a lot of people waiting on the demo right now. And so the idea of adding the map and moving the crucibles out into 3 separate crucibles and doing all the additional whatever, those changes, there was a big question mark as to whether or not those would be valuable. But now, when I get here, I'm not asking the question, was this valuable? It's like, yes, that was so much better. Like it, God damn it. I just feel like what the hell, man? What the hell? I said, I just feel like the game is in a place now where like what the demo just now just did for me, and it doesn't have to have done it for you guys yet. Like I'm always a little bit ahead. Like I can always see where things are going. That's my job. So like, it's not, when I say like, oh, that was perfect, I don't mean it was actually perfect. I mean like enough things are in place that I can tell that it will do exactly what I want when the rest of like the next week or so is done. And what it's doing is this little loop that we're on is a loop that started as early as like mid 2023 with the end signs. And then further back in October 2022 with the combat revision. Which, as early back as 2020, I had a demo. Everything you've experienced in the game just now, everything you just watched, a version of that existed even as early as 2018, guys. There was a demo in 2018 where you fight Harriet and you do the stuff, like you go from Orenstead through the foothills and you get to the Athenium and the Hunden attack Orenstead and you fight Harriet, and most of that is there. But none of the gameplay, like the game didn't feel like what it does now. There was a 3-hit combo, there were some enemies, but like you didn't learn abilities. There was no long-term progression prospect in the game. And I felt that these question marks, I had these question marks up until here. This was like a huge X. This was the first time, October 2022 was the first time I was like, no, actually, this is not hitting. This is not what I'm trying to make. And if I keep going in this direction, like this direction or whatever, I'm actually not going to have a game that's fun, and it won't achieve the goals that I have for it. So I set off on like another little mission that I was in the middle of when I was in Thailand. This is when I started to do the ensign stuff. And then we got funding and we did all this stuff, and adding the map was like the first time where I felt like I added a feature after players played the demo and gave feedback on the holistic experience. And it wasn't just me saying, oh, I think we need this thing. It was like other people saying, oh, this feels this way. The same X that I was feeling back here. It was like, there needs to be a goal here. There needs to be like there's a pyramid, right, of things you can do in the game. Some of those things are like low level things and some of them are high level things. And in order to do all the low level things, if there was no high level things, it would be boring. If there wasn't some like grand thing you would, as the player, were working towards, long-term goals, you just would get bored running from scene to scene, which is what it felt like 6 months ago. Having the map gives the player an overall vision, and not just the map, but other things too. A lot of the pacing has changed, but having that stuff makes it easier to plan what you're doing, not just moment to moment, but like the next 5 minutes, I'm going to be doing this. The next 10 minutes, I'm going to go do that. So like just playing that then, it just made me think like, oh, like I made a good game direction decision. And I'm not, God damn it. Like, I'm not scared to send this to a publisher now. I just need to polish what I'm doing. I don't need to do anything different. The thing that I send, when I send this to whoever I send it to, there's no other vision. There's no thing that I'll do tomorrow or next month to the demo that makes it a fundamentally different experience. It's not like, oh, right, yeah, we should add this other feature. It's like, these are the features. This is how the game works. And I like it this way. And if I release the game with these kinds of systems in place, and those systems are articulated properly and everything's done right, like, it's not necessarily that we've got the content right now, but the structure of a chapter as a loop is good right now. And I will happily do 4 more of these and release the game because I think I had fun. like I think I had like genuine, like, it's so goddamn hard to explain why this matters so much to me. There's kind of like this thing that I feel, far out. This is why I'm crying. I'll explain it to you in a second. When you learn game design as a player, right? That's what you are first. You're not a designer, you're a player. And there are these things that you think that game design is. And you hear people talk about them and you think, yeah, I know that. I've experienced that before. I could be a good game designer because I've thought these thoughts before. So like one of those things is the idea of like a challenge, like in Zelda, like there's a door, the door has an eyeball on top and you just got a bow and now you can use the bow to shoot the eyeball to open the door. And there are these principles, like you should see the door before you can go through the door. You should see the door before you have the bow, so that there's this like need that you communicate to the player before they can have the solution, right? You're showing puzzles to the player. You're creating questions in their mind that you're then answering. I knew this when I was 21. I knew this. I've played games before, obviously, right? Everyone can think about this stuff. But being able to create an experience where this naturally feels like it's happening is really, really hard, especially if you have a preset story that you're expecting things to work within. Like, this dungeon was 3 in 1 before. It was a finished level that had 3 dungeons inside of it. And it was a drag. So like, there's like this thing of like, you need to show keys before you can open doors. I mean, you need to show doors before you can explain what keys are. That's a valuable thing. And then there are these like other things, these other values that I've like picked up along the way that don't necessarily connect with one another. And what happens is you kind of like connect one to the other, and then that like pulls it away from like another one. So there's this constant process of like, I understand what it would look like if my dungeons were good. I know what I want to feel, but I'm not feeling it right now. I understand that I want my story to be dramatic and exciting, but I'm not feeling it right now. What do I need to change to make it feel exciting in a way that doesn't violate this stuff? And it's like you have all these things that you're trying to juggle, these pillars of game design and story design and, you know, all the other rest of it, combat design. And it's like, every time I shift something else gets pulled pulled out. It's like a bunch of people sleeping, you know, this person's sleeping here and this person's sleeping here and this person's sleeping here. I've given this analogy before. And there's only this much blanket. You know, the blanket is a square. And it's like, okay, we can stretch the blanket for this person. Now they're warm, but now this person goes cold. So maybe we can stretch it out this way. And now you're both warm, but like, oh, this guy's cold. And there's just been this constant question I've had in my mind of like, if I stretch far enough, will Insignia's blanket be a triangle? Like, can I do exploration, story, and action? Can I do that? Is that feasible for this game? And the answer now, today, is I think so, actually. I think we can do this. I think this is like not unachievable because I'm playing it and it feels good today. And this fear is super justified. I would say like, please, if you're making a game, like pick one, don't pick 3. Pick a game that's a story game. Make a visual novel. Don't worry about level design. Don't worry about exploration, backtracking. You don't have to do that if you just make a story game. Or like make a platformer. It's linear. You don't have to have exploration, no backtracking, just action. You don't have to worry about the story. Just make a cool setup and then let the player run through the levels. Or make an exploration game. Make Animal Well. Don't give it a action adventure swashbuckling plot. Just make it a fun game about exploring in a well. You know what I mean? If you try to do all three of these things at the same time, it's hard to do. It's hard. I've spent like years trying to learn how to do that. It's so much harder to do 3 things than 1 thing. It's not just 3 times harder. So like, yeah, I just felt like finally this is like a model that where I think fun exists. Cool. Holy moly. I didn't expect there to be tears, dude. All right, we're doing clinkers. This was for Ed Conky. What color? Pink. Are you watching? So many people have said pink and it hasn't been pink, except for the times when people haven't said pink. This time it's pink. It's all coming together, pals. Have you not won before? This your first time? Congrats. Part of it seems like it's not just doing 3 things, but doing them in an interconnected way. Which of course makes it better in the end, but yeah, for sure. What game engine am I using? I'm using Unity. Yeah, the challenge is like I'll watch like anime and I'm like, dude, if I just wrote Insignia as a comic book, I could have been done in year 2. Second year would have been finished. No problem. A comic book or a manga, easy. A Triforce / Hyrule Crest to the architecture. I got to be more specific than that. I've already got Zelda references in there. You can put something more specific or more personal if you like. I think we have a Triforce already in the game. I think there's a Triforce on a shield in Ned's workshop in chapter 2. Although, yeah, there it is. There's your Triforce. No worries. Done. There's your clinker. Solved. All right. So, plenty of things broke just then. For example, why the hell did we not get the sword from the old man? What the hell was that? Let's go find out right now. I actually solved this one just now. It's now 4:02. How long did that take me to play through? Does anyone have a version of Twitch where you can scrub? I know they're A/B testing that feature. If you can scrub back to... Oh, the VOD will have it on it. I started playing. I guess I cried a lot. I have to put that in my clinkers. My clinkers, my Kanban. Finish demo, cry a lot. I know. Sorry. Oh. There's still like... Okay, so this was the start, 124. And then, so about 35 minutes. Wow. It took me 35 minutes. We did a bit of stopping in the middle to write down stuff, but still. That was on like a speed run, 35 minutes. This demo is long. Holy moly. Okay. So, let's fix this. Why didn't we get the sword? That's I've never seen that before. I'm sure actually that it wasn't a problem with the sword. Whoa. Actually, what is this? It could be that the sequence doesn't end correctly. Oh no, I've got it now. But that's not inside of the proper game state. Wait a second. If I start now... Oh no, I don't have the sword. So I did get one. I didn't think that was broken. Typically, if something hasn't been touched for a while and it was working before, it doesn't... You can't just assume that it broke for no reason. It's got to be something else that I changed that did that. Not blueprints, no. But then why don't I have anything here? There's a point where the game should say equipped. Let me try something. Let's do this first. This was a problem as well. I didn't get the cutscene after this. Annoying. But I should be able to equip it nonetheless. And then we can skip over to the old man, and that should be okay. But we didn't get the message. So what happens now? Now we don't have the sword. And it's not here. Whoa, what is all of this? What is this fresh hell I've uncovered? So because we couldn't do the pauldron tutorial, we couldn't get the sword? What the heck? Okay. So, now this is the thing that matters. Add to weapon inventory, busted sword, and then try equip weapon, busted sword. Did we get giving sword? It's giving sword. No. Yes. It's giving sword then. Okay. So when does give sword even happen? I think it happens on the old man. There is a condition toggle. That's fine. Is it part of the timeline sequence? There it is, give sword. Okay. All right. So it happens like before Armin even runs away, this code runs. Which means I trust that it happens, and we know that it happens because we get the dialogue. So then why does this fail? So, unequip currently equipped weapon, if any. And then if all accessories by GUID contains key new weapon. So if we have this weapon in our inventory. No. If the game recognizes this weapon we're trying to add. That's right. We refactored to add new player characters, and here we go. The old man gets to be playable. Okay. Add accessory to inventory and then try to place accessory here. You just say no and then the game ends. The Hunden just take over the world. That's like Harry staying with the Dursleys. Actually, I wonder, would Voldemort have even returned if Harry didn't go? Because they needed his blood and stuff to resurrect Voldemort in the first place. Would he have risen back to power if Harry had just stayed at home? All right, so this is equipment data. Try and place accessory. Okay, so you got some data and you're trying to place an accessory inside of that. This is like the save file. And then we're saying, are we allowed to select this accessory? Check the size constraints. So right now it's like out of bounds. Okay. Oh, sorry. This goes here. All right, let's go see if we can make it fail the same way again. Oops, not yet. Unless I've got some check where you have to have done the tutorial in order to equip new weapons or something like that. That doesn't seem like something I would do. So I'm curious as to how the logic shakes out this way. Wait. Oh no, I wasn't ready yet. I gotta do that again. So the steps were equip this and then go to the old man scene. Also, please be quiet. Okay, so we have that. Okay. Clear this. Okay. Unequipping Pauldron to make room. Equipping Grail Sword at 0-0. Giving sword ended. That sounds like we got the sword. The old man has like a loincloth, I think, under his robe, at least. What? And now we have the sword and it worked. No. No. Hey, Yo-Yo Bob. We can do one. I can't replicate it. What is old Forge tutorial? No, I don't think it has anything to do with the tutorial. That's what I'm saying. I don't understand. There's no reason why it would do that. It was more like, I don't know. Well, I genuinely don't know. So that's why I'm not saying anything about it. So this happens if you've done the pauldron design. That just fires. And I mean, is it on quest update? I thought maybe we would do that. Maybe I unticked that at some point. Weird. When does this play? There's literally nothing that is going to make it play. It's just there. And I've got it force playing on quest update, but I don't know if that's going to even make that happen. That's so weird. Yo, Bob, if you want to put your art in the Discord, just let me know. Thanks for the sub. There's nothing really about it that like... State manager, play operable. Wait, what? I made the... Oh, that's freaking weird. Okay. All right. This state manager needs to be turned on. This, I mean, this is logic that will maybe turn it on. It basically says, hey, if you just forged this design, if that just happened, play this cutscene. So like, it's only weird because I've never used this. I've never put a design inside of a condition and then put that on a state manager and then treated a sequence player like a state machine before. But it's, I mean, I designed it to do that. It's just like I did it. That was like the pattern just before the most recent pattern. Okay. Wow. Okay, sure. So I just turned off the wrong thing. I turned something off that I probably shouldn't have. Okay. Yeah, I don't think that has anything to do with how the old man works. I think it might have been me spamming through the old man dialogue. That's my concern. There's also an error that shows up, which could also throw things off. Aha! Yes, I think it's spamming. I think I know exactly what I did. Check this out. Whoa. Okay, that is very sneaky. Okay, this dialogue, right? Timeline will play. It'll stop right here. Okay? When you finish reading this old man and you press the A button, this will continue playing, okay? And if you spam the A button, you will press A on this dialogue before the timeline reaches the end. And when you hit the last event in the event sequence, the game will automatically say, oh, we're finished. Let's now load the next scene. So it will complete before it hits this point. So, to avoid that happening, what we need to do, there's two ways to do it. One is to move this back earlier, so it's not the last thing that possibly can happen. So it's not skippable. Or there's one other thing you can do, which is there's a checkbox I've got all the way down the bottom that says wait for timeline end. If I click that, it will ensure that this whole timeline ends to, you can't see it, but does this part before it loads the last bit where it loads up the next scene. That's the best practices way to do it. So that's all I had to do. So it wasn't that anything was broken to do with the timeline. Those are just separate things, or the tutorial, that was completely separate. It was actually that I was spamming so fast that I skipped the part where you get the sword. Yeah. Because I was skipping, you never saw Armin run away when I didn't get the sword. And just to confirm, giving sword. It's giving sword. Yeah, cool. That's what it was. It's because I was spamming through it. Cool. Oh, well, that's good. Save that. And then also we solved Forge tutorial. We solved that too, incidentally. This and this seem like the same thing. I don't know what circular end signs is. Oh, I know what that is. All right. We're going to do some more stuff in a bit. I'm going to take a quick break. It's now 4:25. Hey, we didn't take that long at all. And when we come back, we're going to look at Yo-Yo Bob's artwork. Yo, yo. All right, where have you posted the art, yo, yo? Yo, yo, Bob. Discord message. Okay. Oh, hey, it's been a while. I know the things you've made. I've played your game. Is this for the same game, the black and white one? Oh, okay. Gotcha. I see. Yo-Yo Bob says, I'm looking at getting some general feedback on this as well as specific feedback on the shading. The project I'm working on for a while has just been flat 1-bit stuff, so I'm trying to push my art skills with this piece. Yeah, that's fine. So, let's look at the concept. I quite like this shade here for the pecs, the chest, versus the lower. I feel like it kind of works. Generally speaking, like all the way back here, I think the shading works. It does look a little bit anti-alias around here. It's looking a little bit like smeary or blurry. It's like it's hard to see. I mean, this is, unfortunately, you only get 1 pixel, right? And if you want more than 1 pixel, you got to use 2 pixels. So like looking back here, the legs look fine. As you get in, it's like, okay, like maybe I would remove like a pixel, all of it. Maybe I would remove like this pixel just to keep the width consistent. Like it's 2 here and it's 2 here. Whereas when you do this, it kind of gets a bit wider all of a sudden. It's like this is 3 pixels at this elevation, but now it's 2 and up here it's 2. It's like little things like that can help, but also like, I think the broader sentiment that I have, which you might, I don't know if you will like this, because I think from the way I've seen your work in the past, like I know this is kind of like your style, but I would say for me, I think your style of character could be a little bit more, you could push it in a direction that's more confident. Right now, like the way everything is kind of proportioned and rendered, it's very kind of safe. Like it's like sort of human proportions, maybe a little bit bigger head, but there's no features of the head that we're really expressing. The eyes are just kind of like it's really like a ball with some eyes on it. You know what I mean? Like I'm kind of looking for, not like cartoony, but just like something that tells me something where if you were to design a game with this art style and you had 50 different characters, does your art style support 50 different characters being identifiable? That's what I'm trying to say. Like ways of expressing the style that have range. Because right now, like this guy, he's kind of like pretty, I mean, it's pretty, like he's pretty default. You know what I mean? Yeah, it looks a bit generic. Like, and not just generic, but like, if you have like a, you know, you're trying to create an art style, right? You have like what an actual human person looks like. And there's like the proportions or whatever that just, you know, this is like what a human is. Not that I am very good at drawing that by default, but sure, whatever. It's a guy. He's got hands, he's got a, you know, chest or whatever. If you just do this, it's like, okay, what makes your game or your art stand out? Like you need to do something different. And so the thing that you do defines your style. Like my characters have a really big head. My characters have arms that are really long. My characters are single pixel stickmen, you know, like sword and sorcery. Like I've got a video on style you could check out if you were interested. My characters have square heads, you know, like something about them that just makes them look like they are, like they have an identity that belongs to your game specifically. And the way to do that is you have to change something from like a default accurately proportioned person. There has to be something that you do deliberately. It doesn't have to be one thing. It could be a bunch of things, but something that says, Yo-Yo Bob specifically did this for their game, and that makes it Yo-Yo Bob's game when I look at it. It's not easy to do that. Like, you know, it takes time to find a style that works in that fashion where you can do that. Let me see if I got something for you. So in my art styles for indie games video, you know, I talk through different styles of, oh my gosh, look at that little face. You can look at over here in the limited contrast, limited forms, limited range space. There are examples here that I really like. Like, for example, look at the size of these characters in Momodora. So like, the proportions are like, quite a bit like squat, like quite a bit more like stout. You know, the arms and the legs are kind of like, I'm not going to do a good job of this at all, but you know, like wider legs and not a lot of attention to drawing like feet or anything like that. Like if we look back at it, you can see, there's kind of feet, but just like the general shapes, and like look at the size of these eyes, like really, really big whites with like little tiny single pixel irises. So you get like this for the eyes where it looks like this. Now I'm not a massive fan of this look, but you know, some people like to draw their characters like this, and it's a look, it's a vibe. So like having a head around this is kind of like a style, right? That's pretty identifiable as like a choice. And I think that's the important thing, that like what you do, there's no such thing as like right and wrong, but there are choices that are like more or less valid depending on the potential that they have to express what you're trying to express. You know, like some things just are more limited and just don't go as far, or just aren't as recognizable as being like a unique thing. So yeah, like broadly, I would say I'm not seeing enough use of the canvas to create choices that I can recognize as choices, other than, you know, the head is quite circular, the eyes are 2 pixels tall, and it might just be the size. Like we're working at such a small scale here. You know, style is often it's a prioritization exercise, right? If I said I make my character's head bigger, what I'm really saying, another way of saying it could be proportionate to the size of the body, their head takes up more of the space, right? Like these two characters have the same proportions except for the head, which is really big. So when you make something bigger, everything else becomes smaller by proportion. And that as an exercise has different effects. Like for example, it makes the eyes easier to see if the character is mostly head, you know. And then what do you do? Like, do you rescale other things to sort of support that and go further with it? Like there's just different things you could do. And those things are all choices. So I guess what I'm looking for are like understanding in your art style, what are the choices that you're making that make your thing identifiable? That's all. Now, from the animation, I think that broadly speaking, Your pose work is not bad. Like this pose here, as simple as it is, it kind of works. You know, the weight is actually reasonably well balanced. I think my concern is just that it's super limited. Like, it sort of feels like we've taken the body like this and kind of gone, well, it's the same body in the same position as in that previous frame. We've just, you know, rotated the legs out. We've just gone beep, you know? As an animation style, it's the same criticism of like, I want to see like more. I want to see like choices being made that change the posture so that my other art, you said it looked like a sticker. Do I need more dramatic keyframes? Look, I'm not going to say that like what you're doing right now isn't valid or doesn't work, because like in a sense you could say that doing it this way is a choice. If you said to me, Adam, this is my whole style, like this is what I like to do, my games, I want them to be known for this kind of like very static look to them, I could say like, sure, like that I can actually kind of believe that, and whether or not other people agree that's up for the market to decide. But you know, if you told me it's intentional, I'd say, okay. What I think, and this is my personal opinion, I'm not telling you this as someone who like, I'm not telling you this as an authority, I'm just telling you this as like Adam. I think that your ability to make cool things look cool in this art style is going to be very limited if you're not really pushing more dramatic shapes. And I don't think that the art style currently supports those dramatic shapes. So like an example would be, if you want a character to look more engaged, bringing their head forward and over the body, like overlapping the body as they lean forward into 3D space towards the camera, is a way to do it. Like arching the back, bending it over a little bit so that there's more of an active lean, right? Those things help. With this art style where everything is like dead straight, it's hard to give the expression of, you know, like he's ready to go, because he's sort of just like, I am ready. Now, again, you could say this is what you want out of it. You want it to look very stable, very, you know, static. And to some extent, Samurai could be like that. So like, again, not trying to say it's invalid. And I would say your animation is smooth. Like the way that this arm foreshortens as it draws this out, very good. Like it's very believable animation in terms of like the frame to frame time, like the frame to frame differences lead me to feel like there is motion that is consistent. It feels like the sword is a physical object that he's pulling out of the scabbard. However, the motion I think is a bit bland. What's happening is happening so stably. Like the distance frame to frame is like every single thing moves 2 pixels, 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 all the way. So there's no like sense of weight in it. There's no sense of like pulling the sword out and then like accelerating out or like heaving it out, or, and that stability is going to stop you from being able to do shortcuts. So like jumping into anime, like do we as the viewer need to see these frames, these ones right here, where it's rotating? Like that's a lot of work you're putting in. This is like a 19 frame animation, 18 frame animation for a sword coming out of a scabbard. That's the thing that I would be concerned about if I was you, is it took you 18 frames to show that. You know what I mean? In Insignia, let me show you what that looks like. I'll show you some work Morgan's been doing. Now, I know that these aren't comparable. You're doing like you're doing work for you. So they're going to be different. But like this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Right? Similar sort of like pulling out the weapon, but it's 6 frames and we get a lot more energy in it. I'm not even saying this is like perfect or like, you know, the difference between like good and bad, but I feel like you get more expression out of fewer frames. And I think expression is your goal with art. You're trying to communicate something to the viewer. So what is it that you prioritizing, what it is you want them to see, and then building the animation around that? That's the important part. As an exercise, as practice, I think this is fine. Like, I think even like this being slow, I think that's totally a choice. Like a shing, that's like that feels like a very samurai thing to do. But then like all of this, you could just cut most of that. You know, maybe we could go from like, and then here I would say like cut this frame and then this frame, and then this frame, and then like these frames, and you end up with this. We can hold on that last one for a bit. You know, even that has like, it's not how I would do it, but like, you know, there's a little bit of like, yeah, at the end. That's not to say that you need to achieve what you're trying to achieve by virtue of cutting frames or like, there's no one answer. My point is that like the idea of working towards making choices that are efficient in the direction of in service of some expression needs to happen. So for me, like I've instructed Morgan, hey, I want to push the keyframes. I want to see more expression in the poses. So let's build the animation around this frame and this frame, right? There's really just 2 frames and everything else supports those 2 frames. She's getting there, you know? So for me, like I've made that choice mostly because Insignia's characters, I want the story to feel more dramatic, and I want to economize how much energy we put into the animations to get the most drama out of the fewest amount of frames. That leads us to making those choices that are stylistic, right? I want my characters to feel more expressive, which means I want to see more of their faces relative to the amount of work I have to do to render a character. So if you want to do all face and basically no body, well, at least I know that when I have this character on the screen, I'll definitely be able to see what's happening with their eyes. And I don't have to put work into the parts of the body that aren't going to actually do anything in terms of like, if my game was for babies and I was teaching babies how to smile and frown, you know, maybe that's all you would need. Maybe the clothing on the character is not as important for the purpose. So it's really about like, have a purpose and then tune the decisions for how you create things, your designs, around the purpose. And that will push you to make decisions that min-max things, that will shift the proportions or the amount of frames that you dedicate to a certain thing. You need to have those constraints. It's the constraints creates creativity. You know what I mean? People talk about that all the time. That constraints come from, creativity comes from constraints. That's what I would suggest. You need to have more constraints. And I'm the same. Like I need to, as my own designer, I need to do that too. So like stuff like this, it's like, this is it's 2 colors, this flame, you know? Can I push this to express with literally 3 colors in the whole art piece exactly what I'm trying to do? It's hard, but like if you can get it, then people will see that thing you're trying to have them see easier. It'll be easier for them to see the intent behind it of what you're trying to communicate. Not going to claim to know what I'm talking about, but I like the details shown with having lots of frames. It's not that that's wrong. Like I said, it's not a question of right or wrong. If you want your game to be, or whatever, your animation to be very stable and gradual, if that's like a goal that you have, then there are things you can do to work towards that. My concern is that when you say, oh, I like how much detail there is in the animation, I would say, like, is this a game that has combat in it? Is this a game where the fluidity of the animation helps you achieve something specific? If the answer is yes, then go for it. Put as many frames as you want. A lot of people do 60 frame pixel art animation, but I haven't played any of those games. I don't think those games have come out. But I see their GIFs on the pixel art subreddit all the time. You know, people do these characters where they have these like super long combo chains, and the characters have like 60 FPS animation throughout a 5-second combo where they're like knocking enemies into the air and flipping around and then slamming them down with a hammer. And it's like, this is super rich, but like, are you going to finish that game? Are you going to ever be able to make that thing happen? Or is it just like a cool thing that you animated? So you need to know what the end condition is for the thing that you're making to be able to decide whether it's worth it. It's not just about aesthetics. It's about, do the aesthetics serve the purpose that you have for the artwork? Like, it's not just a style, it's a style that achieves the goal that you have. No worries. Okay. All right, we got under an hour of the stream left. We can work on this for an hour. That's what I'm working on right now in the Sprite editor. Yeah, I hope that helps. Okay. So this is going to happen. I don't just want to animate something cool. The concept is really good, but I think I'm going to need a few of these. Slots and daggers. Nice. I'm not familiar with it, but I've probably seen it. I think I've seen Northern Lion play it. Yeah, this is the difference between like, oops. This is one of those things where I think a lot of people, yeah, for sure. Yeah, I know the one. A lot of people talk about games as ideas, You know, they're like, oh, what a cool idea for a game. You just got to keep working at that game dev stuff, and maybe you'll get a hit. And I think that reminds me a lot of like toy design. You know what I mean? Like if you were like a toy designer, you would go through like 3 or 4 a year, and like maybe one of them makes it big and becomes your big sell for the year. And a lot of game devs work that way. Like a lot of small, like not small, but like a lot of game developers that work in the mobile space or on, I guess I would say like the business of game development rather than like games as a passion. Or even if they do work as games as a passion, it's kind of like, how do I put it? For some people, the game they choose to make is about what they think will make money first. And then they can get enjoyment and creative expression out of the process of making it. But like, they don't think, what is the story I want to tell from the song in my heart? It's more like, what are people playing right now? What would be fun to make? What's going to make a lot of money? I think I could be one of those people one day. One game. But it's not what drove me to game design in the first place. So for me, like, I don't really want to make games that I'm not passionate about. And even if I could make a cool game as like a one-off, like when I think about Arrowbound is my game that I thought could be something that was just like a little side gig, but I was passionate about it, and I still felt bad about the game because I couldn't complete it. Like I didn't have the full attention that I would want to give to make it be the game that I think it could have been. And it's like, you know, if I pushed it all the way to its conclusion, its natural conclusion, that game would be much deeper than it is right now. But if I was in that business mindset, you would just leave that game and move on. Like Kebab Scal is a bit like that. He works within his genre, which is another way to do it. You just pick a genre and you stay in there. But Kebab Scal will work on an awesome prototype for like 8 weeks, 2 months, 3 months, and then just go, gone. It's hard for me to do that. And I think the difference is that if you work on a game that is a story first, then the game can always come second to telling a good story. Like the game design choices can flex in favor of the story being a better story. But if you're making a game for the mechanic's sake, once you've just declared that the mechanic isn't fun, that you're trying to experiment with, there's nothing left of the game to salvage. Like Insignia has changed a lot, and when it comes out, it's going to be a good game because I'm going to keep changing it until it's a good game. But the story, which I think it's so templated that like it's going to be good just because I've watched movies and played games before that I like the stories of, and it's so much like those that I know it's going to be good already. I can just keep changing the game to the story is worth salvaging. So it's like, how do I make sure my gameplay is worth telling this story inside of? So yeah, like in terms of making those other kinds of games, it's just not how I have worked so far. And even like the next game I want to make, I've got a lot of ideas, and the one that jumps out at me the loudest, there's like, at any one time, there's lots of things that I could like to do. There's only one thing I am going to do. I'd love to work on Throneless again. I'd love to make a tactics game. That'd be awesome. I don't think it's the thing that I want to do the most. I think the thing that I want to do the most is like the spiritual sequel love letter to Shadow of the Colossus. That's what I want to do. And I'd love to do it with my brother. I'd love to have him be involved in the project, and together we make this game that's like a cinematic, very stripped back, very emotionally driven rather than dialogue driven story that has dialogue in it, but where like kind of like a cinematic huge indie game, like a very simple mechanic explored to its natural conclusion with a very heavy symbolism, lots of like amazing architectural design, ruins, story, lore, kind of like in the background. I'd love to make a game that's like that. Next. Puzzle Depot. I've never played it. Like, I know Pat, my brother, is he's one of those people who has such an incredible relationship with lore. I don't know many people in the world who are as connected as he is to the games that he plays. Particularly games that he loves. Like, I'm talking, he's been involved in like a number of communities. Like of games over the years where he is solving the ARG. He's right along there with the people who are like the first ones finding out like how this in-game language works, or like what these symbols mean, or he just loves that stuff. So, I mean, like I don't know how old he was when we played Fez. It must have been 2011, I think we played it in, and he is 4 years younger than me. So I was like 20. He was like 16, 17. He's sitting there like with the pen and paper out, learning all of the language in Fez and like doing all of the puzzles himself. He just likes doing that stuff. So like, I think we could make something fun together that combined a lot of that sentiment in it. He's very sentimental, more than me even. And he works in feature films, designing worlds. That's literally his job. So I think the two of us could make some cool stuff together. If he's not doing something too busy. If he's not too busy at the time. No, he's younger than me. Pat's a baby. Something happened and I missed it, and my brain's... Oh, I got a message. Hang on one sec. I gotta read this. Dude, that is actually so bad. I don't get notifications from Slack. Wait, why do I not have this notification? All right. I want to do a version of Armin that's kind of like he's being lifted up, almost like gravity is like he's defying gravity. This green flame. Something has changed within me. But I want this leg straight. Really hard to do as a silhouette. If it's animated, it might be easier because you'll see the cloth adhere to the parts that are actually whatever. How can I tell my friend that's been working on an ultra-realistic animations, but regardless of the past 9 years for what would be his first game ever? Mind you, he's 42 now, hasn't had a real job in maybe 10 to 12 years. He's a good friend, but no one tells him what he needs to hear, I think. Wow. Hey, Mayor LaCroix. Well, that's a long time to be working on something. As someone who's also been working on a game for 9 years, I mean, there is a question that one must ask themselves, which is, do other people, well, the first one is, who is this for? Is this for me or is this for other people? If the answer is, well, it's supposed to be for other people, the next question is, are other people taking an interest in this? Like, are other people enjoying this right now? Am I sharing my thing with the world and are they seeing it? If the answer is no, like it's just this thing that I do by myself that nobody sees and it's going to be great one day, but like no one's seen it because no one likes my tweets on, on X, or I just am not showing it to anybody because, like, you know, they'll just have to wait until it's ready. Then I would say you should just start probably thinking about worrying about whether or not it's ever going to get done or going to be worthwhile for them. There is a question of, like, does it need to be for other people? Like, are they delusional about what it is? These are, you know, it's okay to work on something just for yourself. That's fine, I would say. If I was like, hey, I don't care how well this game does, it's just gonna, like, be for me, and it's my tribute to my friend, and I'm gonna show my family and friends when it's done, and that's okay. There's actually somebody that I know that works on a game in the Sydney community. He's making, it's kind of like an Undertale clone, and whenever I've seen it, I've sort of said to him, like, hey, like, are you happy about what you're making here? Like, does it need to be more than an Undertale clone? Like, does the music need to be better than this? Like, because this is what I'm feeling when I'm playing it. And he's like, hey, I'm just making my first game and I'm happy with what it is. And it doesn't have to be a massive success. I'm not trying to beat Undertale. I'm just trying to make my game. And I'm like, well, in that case, like, then it's good for, like, if you want to be the guy making the music, that's great. Like, I have a different ambition, for example. I couldn't make the music I wanted for Insignia. So I have a composer because I knew that I wasn't able to hit the quality level that I wanted on my own steam. But if I didn't care about other people liking Insignia, then maybe I would have been okay just doing the soundtrack myself. Like, that could be a fun thing to do as a personal experience. It might have taken a lot longer, but, like, so what? Like, you know, you're just doing what you want to do. So I think it's important that you ask him, like, if he understands what he's doing it for and whether or not that's aligned with reality, you know. Ben Wyatt claymation. Standing in the place where you live. You know, like, it's not a bad thing to be ambitious. I love ambition. I have grand ambitions, and those don't always align with reality. But I'm always trying to understand, if there is no alignment, why is there no alignment, and how do I get aligned? So being motivated to at least be in touch with reality, I think, is kind of important. Because if you don't, like, some people have a hard time aligning with reality. Like, unironically, like, I drift, you know. I'm the kind of person who likes to spend a long time doing something that fascinates me because that's just who I am. I like to fixate. A lot of people fixate. It's not inherently wrong with that. We love our, you know, neurodivergent friends. It's more just like, yeah, it's about his expectations. Is he going to get out of this what he's hoping for? That's the thing I would be more concerned about as a friend. I wouldn't be concerned about what his interests are if they're harmless and he's happy. It's just a wall-running shooting game where you play as a kick-ass president. Or so he has said. 42, lives with his parents. His older brother pays him to survive, basically. Well, look, I mean, at a certain point, like, maybe that's just who he is. Like, some people can't be other things. You know what I mean? Like, is he normal in other senses? And when I say normal, I just mean, like, is he able to, like, engage in society? Has he had a job before? Did he have his own place? Like, not to take it into like the disability zone, but like that's a real thing. You know, not everyone has the capacity to be independent. Okay, so he's like a deadbeat. Well, I take back all the things I said, and no, I mean, like at that point, like if it's just like a weird obsession that he does to procrastinate from like not having a normal life, then I would say if he's your friend and you care about this person, I mean, it sounds to me like he's got some stuff that's internal that he's not solving, that he's running away from. That's a big jump, but like, why else would somebody spend a lot of their time on something that has no prospects? If he seems to care, but actually he doesn't do anything different, like there's just no like end in sight or even motivation towards there being an end, and he doesn't have a relationship with a player base, is he really making a game at that point? Like if there's no idea about what success looks like, then it's just self-indulgence, which again is not inherently a bad thing. You can indulge, but there is an overindulgence aspect to this too. It's possible that you can, there's too much of a, if all you do is hobbies and you don't have any purpose in life, like, yeah, maybe there's going to be something there. There's a hole that needs to be filled. My worry is he'll release the game when he's 60 and no one will care for it. And then who knows mentally what that will do to him. I'm not sure, like, I don't understand who this person is. I'd have to meet them to understand how they could be so invested in something that has no chance of going anywhere, but doesn't know it. Do you know what I mean? Like I know, looking at my game, that like there is a chance it doesn't go as well as I want it to, but like I'm doing everything I can to make sure that it does go the way I want it to. And if it didn't go the way I would want it to, like I would seriously consider like delaying release or just not releasing it at all, if I felt like it had no chance of getting there. If someone said to me today, "Hey Adam, I'm an oracle from the future, and I have to tell you, mate, like it's not going to happen," I would say, "Okay, what do I have to do?" So I think that's important. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. I mean, is it just like not good? I'd love to see it. I'd love to see the game so I understood what we're talking about. Like, is it genuinely like just actively bad? When you say hyper realistic, Like, is it that they're not even? It's really not even a game still. I mean, what do you do in it? Have you played it? How does it work? It's just Unreal Engine, Manny, with some add-ins. Well, it sounds like, if I'm being super honest, it sounds like he doesn't put that much time into it. It sounds like it's just a cover story. And he's just someone who does other stuff. If after 9 years, it's literally not even a game. Maybe the game is something that he does like a couple hours a month. And just like doesn't do other things, or like, you know, on the game. He just like has other hobbies, or like maybe the weed thing is still happening at that point. Like I would be surprised if this was someone who was super dedicated to their craft and had nothing to show for it after 9 years, and had no relationship with any kind of audience, and was of sound mind. That doesn't seem right. I feel like maybe now there's probably some deception going on. Even if it's self-deception, I just don't see this person spending 9 years. I've seen him playing Street Fighter. Yeah, he just likes to play games, dude. He's just a gamer. Sure. He's just been procrastinating for the last decade. That's what it sounds like. I gotta be real careful with this conversation. When we're out with our friends, it's just so frustrating when he talks about having to work. Yeah, he's not working. What I will say is that like there is a non-zero chance. There is a non-zero chance that like he is trying to make some incredible game and he's got himself like mega stuck. And it's like with video games, like it is really possible to dig yourself into like a massive hole that you can't get out of. And if you're just not the kind of person who knows how to quit, like you can actually get stuck. It's possible, but like the fact that he hasn't even brought it up, the fact that he doesn't like, does he take the, man, you would take the game to some kind of demo event or convention or something. Yeah. Streamable is a website, I'm guessing? Yeah, okay. Let's have a look. That's pretty good. Oh, it's canned, but that's pretty good. But this could just be mostly Mixamo stuff, right? I mean, if you said this was 9 months or 9 weeks, I would say, Hey, looks like a great start. You know? Like, it's not garbage. It looks like the start of a game. But it's like, it's impossible. The thing is, like, you could get this far. You really could get this far in Unreal Engine in like a couple days. Not a couple days, a few weeks. Someone who has put 9 years into learning to make games could make this in 9 weeks. Like, not me, because I don't have any 3D experience. I'm not really an Unreal guy. But like, I know where you would source the animations from. I know the animation controllers exist. Like, the Unreal has a bunch of out-of-the-box stuff you could use to build something that was pretty reasonable. Like the Fortnite stuff, I think, is free in Unreal. I think you have access to like a lot of the Fortnite character controllers as part of Unreal out of the box, right? It just feels like there'd be more than that. Have there ever been levels like with like actual graphics? I don't know. I mean, that surprises me. 9 years of like no graphics. That's... yeah, I don't know. I kind of don't, like, it's hard to even believe. It feels like he's kind of trolling. That's okay. You guys should stage an intervention. That sounds fun. You should do it. Chat, would you do an intervention on me if I was never going to release Insignia? If it was obvious? What? About Insignia not going anywhere? Every stream is an intervention. Hey, Javine. Every clinker is a cry for help. I mean, I genuinely, like, I'm just one guy and I'm trying really hard. That's how I see it, but I can't go faster than I can go. Thanks. If the streams were entertaining, or are you saying because they're not, it means that it must be good? The game must be pretty good because the streams are boring as hell. Hey, Adam, we wouldn't be here if we thought the game was going to be crappy. All right, we're going into focus mode. I love you all. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about me. We're okay. All right, I'm just trying to think. I need some requirements for this animation because it's not going to get done if I can't figure it out. Do I have an almond sitting? I actually don't. I need an animation of Armin where he's sitting in a way where he's like bumped his head and he's like scratching it like this. Head needs to go even lower. Because his arms are so stumpy, they can't make it. feel like the elbow kind of needs to be even straighter. Maybe this could be in front. I always do. I always try to recreate the face. I can't stop it. It's just the way that I work. Because what I'm going to do is this animation, I want him to roll, and then I want to have him like bump into something and then go into this animation. Maybe we'll have like little like pew, 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 pew. Little cheep, 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 cheep. Oh, we can even have him flashing while it's happening, like when he takes damage. Like, that's so cool. You know what? Luca could do this. I could give this to him. He'd be excited to do it too. I'll just keep it in mind. He asked if there was something he could do to help. That's pretty good. What the hell, man? It's impossible. Okay. Saravati has been here a long time. That's like start of the YouTube channel. So, what are the states? I need a few of these spelled out. We're not going to get them done today. I actually have to leave in a second, but we'll get around to them. Oh, my jaw, man. I started streaming in 2018 on Twitch. Still here. Okay. So that is after he's hammered. And then this is him getting taken away. And then it goes, and then he gets spat out. And the first time he gets spat out, it goes into the sit where he goes roll, 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 bang. The second time I guess we need one that's like a bit more awkward where he's like, whoa, 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 almost falls over and then catches himself. And then the third time we do the really cool one with the sword, the 3-point landing, the superhero one. So that's him entering a crucible, exiting the crucible, or like teleporting away in general. I think we always want to go up and then out. Or we'll always do the cool sword one coming in wherever we teleport in. Oh, is that right? Ah, that's what I'm missing then. Or do I just want to do something like more of like a cool, just like a cool land? See ya, software artificer. Yeah, I think it's more like we've got, okay. This, I think this, if you reverse it, oh, that's kind of cool too. So there's like this going up that I could animate. And then we have like him landing on the ground, which is like, we could probably just reverse them. There's a really cool shot here that does not exist in the game right now, but could, of the sword being in his hand while he does that. It's just hard to draw him in silhouetted form, crossing over in perspective. This is really tough. Sideways, kind of, it's a little easier, but you kind of want the gap in the knee here where this leg is crossing back over. I don't really like that. It's like the Sephiroth descending from the skies pose. This song is Bamboo Islands from Zelda. I don't like it. I think it's got to be leg in front of the other one, crossing over like that. It's just hard to convey that in a silhouette. Cool. Yeah, perfect. Hey, Neat Games, how's it going? Could even make this a little more holy even. With his arms in at the elbows. Oh! All right. Oh. Another one. I'm not going to eat this one. I gotta go, chat. This was a soulful stream. It's green though. You actually got it. When it rains, it pours, am I right? Hey, Chalsinger, thank you so much for the sub. Welcome. Cool. Okay. I gotta go. It was a pleasure. See you, chat. Wishlist Insignia on Steam. Bro. Did not expect to be crying today. Out of nowhere. Ruipana is animating. Let's see what they're doing. ADHD art. Let's do it. Thanks, chat. Wishlist Insignia. It was a pleasure. I had fun. I'll see you not tomorrow, but the next day. That's it. As always, I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Until next time. Bye.